All right, I think we're live. All right, hello everybody. Did you say something?
I was kind of just mumbling to myself.
Oh, okay. Hello everybody. Welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I am GameCubeDude and I'm here with my friend Zdude.
What's up, everybody?
Before we get started, I actually noticed I missed a donation yesterday, so I just want to read that off right now. Alex S. Warrior says, "Nice to watch this channel again after so long." Thank you.
Aww.
Thank you, good sir. And,
You know, okay, so you know what I realized while I was watching as the racist chick was having her breakdown?
when she flew away? Yeah, what about it?
It's basically Freebird. Freebird!
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 Freebird! I must say, I am really proud of you for figuring all that out by yourself.
Thank you.
No, Livo, this is not the one. This is not the game with the Clussy.
Right, that's been a big meme going around.
It's the same
girl?
series. It's part of Ace Attorney. I think it's Ace Attorney 5 or 6.
Right. Okay. Yeah, maybe we can play that one day. We'll find out what all the Clussy rage is about. But for now,
I mean, I don't really see it, but I get it.
For now, we'll go ahead and oh, we're right on the start at episode 2.
The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Bird.
That's quite a title. Hey, it's the Titanic!
Yay! I've seen how this one ends. It's not good, Luke. It's not good.
Small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us,
It's a snake!
Adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike.
It's not a
It's
snake,
a danger
an adder.
noodle.
It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
It's the Danger Noodle. I've heard Herlock Sholmes is a fan favorite of this game, of this series,
Oh, really?
of these series of games. Yeah, he is like everyone's favorite.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder.
Oh, no.
Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed.
Oh ho ho!
Marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery.
Not the locked room
The
mystery.
victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle.
What
A
the?
Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters
Fap
are well
e
formed,
pog.
suggesting he was
He's
conscious.
fapping to the pog.
This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently
And we appreciate the gumshoe grow up.
In fact, I did
glow
too, so
up.
it was written by someone who-
Oh my God, he had a gun.
Whoa!
He got the truth bullets, my dude.
This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
Da! No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait!
that won't be necessary.
The first guy had the.
You see,
It kind of sounded like a
in less than
TF2.
5 seconds from now,
Russian?
I will reveal the killer to you.
What?
Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from? I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Herlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
He is British.
And even the Japanese girl was British.
British.
I think I should turn the game's audio up a little bit.
Herlock Sholmes.
Ugh, my head is throbbing.
Just watch this Maya in there. Even in the past, she gets accused of murder.
There's no volume controls inside the game, so we're stuck with this.
That's weird.
Hope everybody likes it. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Wait, I can't move. Did he get accused of murder again?
Oh, I just realized it's Ryu Nosuke.
Ryu Nosuke.
Okay, Ryu Nosuke.
If it was Suki, the E would be an I.
You know what? That was my problem of trying to read Japanese.
Well, one, that's
Ryu
not...
Nosuke.
That's not Japanese, but... whatever.
I mean, you know what I mean. I'm not talking about the
what
kanji.
Why am I in handcuffs?
You had a kinky night. So, you wake up now,
Oh, that was
Oh,
Frenchie.
We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blood man.
You! You found me then.
Ah, we found you. Found you. And you must pay, criminal.
Da is Russian, but he had a French accent from the sound of it.
Da. Da.
Game, you gotta make up your
not-
mind. Are they French or Russian?
Both. Yes, it. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe,
Also, why the hell is he on this ship? Sorry.
Oh, apparently that Russian word said wardrobe in Russian.
No kidding. Huh.
Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is,
No, no! I'll tell you everything! Oh, this might be...
This might be Herlock. Do you want to take him, or do you want me to take him?
Let's see what can I do for Brit. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... I think that might have been the girl because of the higher-pitched text notes. I thought so. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato. Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? What?
Oh no! Don't tell me he's dead.
Cosima! What
Ace
the
Attorney,
fuck?
Ace Attorney legit just said, if I had a nickel for every time the strong teacher character gets killed, I have 2 nickels.
He
Which
wasn't
is
even
not
a
a lot, but it's
teacher, though. He
surprising
was-
this happened twice.
He wasn't even a teacher though. He was fucking.
He was
the
basically
friend.
Mia. He was basically Mia.
He can't. No.
You pretend not to know. You are a wolf in sheep's pelts. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses.
What? Kazuma-san. Kazuma-san's body was discovered not long ago.
A body has been discovered.
Here, in this very cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. His body?
Please. Do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep.
Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. And these handcuffs. Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-san's life? Answer me, please! No. No!
Aw, snap.
This cannot be happening. Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble?
Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study?
It was really something else when they brought your luggage here in here earlier. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case on the floor. I thought I was gonna die.
Yes, I still can't believe that. Oh, I got a crazy story. So,
Now?
you know how my brother came in about a month ago? He came into town.
Yeah?
Well, he was I was picking him up in the airport, and the airport's luggage came out from his plane.
Mm-hmm.
And I witnessed, and he witnessed, some random ass chick kicked his suitcase as it was scrolling by on that carousel.
What? Why?
I don't know. She just kicked it. Just randomly kicked it.
Fucking hoe.
I asked him, I'm like, so why'd you kick it? He's like, I have no clue. I was too stunned to say anything.
Anyway, your line.
That's I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look.
I'm just a late bloomer. Get off my back. Hey! Honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body.
Well, it's about 50 days till we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself in my cabin here, I don't expect anyone to discover you.
50 days. How are you gonna... Yikes.
He just orders double food. They're just like by like day 40, like, we expected you to bloom up, but you're the same size. What is your secret?
Oh, I had a little, shall we say, secret in my trunk.
You got junk in your truck, I see.
Ugh, I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway.
Dirty bunch, that's for sure.
What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady?
From our faithful judicial assistant, Mikatoba, you mean?
From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away.
No. No, but if she knew what we've done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this.
I suppose so.
Anyway, it's about time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze.
Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it.
Stop worrying. I'll tell you what. Why don't you write "keep out" or something on a piece of paper?
What?
Then I can stick it over the wardrobe door once you're inside.
I don't know. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together.
We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer.
No! I'm not a murderer!
That's what a murderer says. Duh, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes.
No! That's not right! I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend?
No one else could have done it. Admit the truth.
Susato-san. Please,
Yeah,
tell me what happened. I need to know.
just minutes before, she had no clue that Ryunosuke was even in the boat, and now she found out this and thinks that he murdered it. Dude.
Yikes.
Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you, too.
Those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. Kazuma's death. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. And these handcuffs. They think I did it. They think I'm Kazuma's killer?
When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside.
What do you mean?
There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls.
What?
Or to put it another way, the culprit could have only been somebody inside the cabin. Or do you have some other explanation?
I see an air vent at the top corner.
I was about to say, the killer vented.
God darn it.
You brought it up.
What the heck did I miss? Dude, Kazuma's been freaking murdered.
He's dead. They're all dead.
And I'm pissed about it. This is impossible. How did he die then? What exactly happened?
Are you
They
still going
choked
to
him out by his headband.
Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances?
Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me!
The cause of death is still undetermined.
They don't know how he died?
The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course, he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call.
So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then?
That's true, yes.
So, if he was poisoned... Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in the cabin?
If he was poisoned, then him being in the wardrobe actually does make sense. Because I was like, how are they going to explain the sticker, like the get out sign on the wardrobe. Like there was no way for him to place that on himself, but if he was poisoned, that makes sense.
I don't understand it! Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma?
Presumably, that's something you know the answer to better than anyone.
Please.
Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all.
Well, yes, I was, but...
He would always wake up before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning, he did not come. I couldn't sense that he wouldn't. Or, I could sense that he wouldn't.
Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door? I wonder.
I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew.
Hello, Funky Thor.
Monkey's here.
The crewmen forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside, there was Kazuma-san, collapsed on the floor.
He knew Russian, huh?
I mean, that does not surprise me one bit.
And the white tape here now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow.
I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe.
This is all very hard to believe for me too. Trust me.
Now I've told you everything that I know. So it's my turn to ask you a question.
Yes, all right. Ugh, my head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything.
I have one question to ask. For God. Why?
Stowaway.
Why are you even on board the ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you?
Oh, yes. I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time.
I had no idea. How could you have occupied Kazuma-san's cabinet for so long without him noticing?
No, no, no! That would have been impossible, obviously!
Yes, of course.
Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together.
He actually asked you? But why?
I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. So you jumped into his luggage bag? It's like, hey, come to England. Why? Don't ask questions. Get in the bag. Whatever you say, best buddy.
He just has a gun. It's like, get in the bag now.
Maybe I can use that to make a self-defense case. I'm afraid.
Judge just looks at you like, what the fuck, dude? It's like we've heard we heard testimony from a parrot. I'm not accepting that shit.
I don't understand.
Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you?
It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial.
I just want to state for the record, Kazuma's theme here is still, it's like my favorite in the game so far, my favorite track.
Yeah, he has a pretty good theme.
Why does he have to be dead? We're not gonna get that theme as much.
I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself.
Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious.
I am serious. You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that.
But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer.
No one ever thinks about being a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there?
Well, I'm 50 days away from home, so there could be.
I mean, dude's like, what, 18? It's like, this is like the adventure of a lifetime, you know?
I think they're 20. I think he's 21, 22 maybe.
And the point still stands.
All right. Well, no, definitely not.
But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then
Then what?
nothing. Forget it.
Huh?
To prepare for you to be a lawyer, I brought the box set of Better Call Saul. You better start watching. They'll teach you how to be a lawyer.
Kazuma-san he was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you.
Yes, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little.
It's like, Ryunosuke, do you want to be my co-counsel? He drops down to one knee. He has like the contract in hand.
This is the Western way of forming a lifetime agreement, I hear. The look in his eye then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Susato-san. I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on the ship, I mean.
If I know Kazuma-san, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association.
That's exactly right. Yes. Word perfect, in fact. Last night.
If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin?
That's what I want to know too.
Same. Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Maybe he said his head was hurting. Maybe somebody assaulted him. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I...
Fell asleep?
Well, yes.
So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-san was killed?
Well, yes.
He's pressing X hard.
I can see it in her eyes. I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do, but it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. For some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Oh, I think I know where this is going. Ryunosuke was knocked out by the murderer to make him look guilty.
Yeah, but how did the killer lock the door?
That's what we gotta figure out. Is something wrong?
Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it.
Sato-san, you have to believe me, I didn't do it!
I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this.
Kazuma. I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? Ugh! I can't take this!
Don't try to go anywhere! You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen.
I'm sorry. But Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it! And now I'm supposed to just sit around? My hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No! I can't allow that to happen!
Well, what do you propose to do then?
He just takes out a sword. Okay, I'll have to stop you then.
I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life, and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Oh,
Oh my god, she just...
She's
she
combat
just
trained.
judo flipped her.
What
Judo
the-
flipped him.
That was a Susato takedown.
A Susato what? What martial art form is that?
I'm going to need you to prove it.
Sorry? Prove it?
Yes, your innocence. I need evidence.
But how am I supposed to?
Have you forgotten already? What you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law.
I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime.
Take the
I'll
seal.
stick this over the door.
How
Huh,
can he put the seal over himself?
good point.
Yes!
Considering that's our only evidence, it was obviously that. Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors?
Oh, yes, it was. I remember clearly.
I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. Just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well.
Yes, of course! The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them.
But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own.
Yes, that's quite true.
In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma!
Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma thought so highly of you.
Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up?
Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least.
Thank you. So you finally believe me?
I'm sorry, no.
What?
I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position.
What does she think I am, a magician?
For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same.
Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san.
Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts.
Oh,
I'll be watching you, to make sure that you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example.
right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death! Hi. All right.
Oh my gosh, the move is a carriage. That's hilarious.
The what's a what?
The move icon was a carriage.
Was it? I wasn't
Yeah.
looking close enough. Okay.
This is where dear Kazuma-san would have sat whenever he was writing.
Dear Diary, I am the best.
London Diary. Poor Kazuma. He didn't even make it to his destination.
Like, I heart London is just written all over the diary.
It looks as though the last entry is incomplete.
Which means... What? He was in the middle of writing when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. Could be a valuable clue.
That'd be a recurring thing with you.
I think so.
That's out of the question!
What?
Kazuma-san may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts!
But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? All right, I won't read it. Bitch.
We're gonna start playing tic-tac-toe on her forehead. She keeps throwing us.
Poor Kazuma-sama.
I don't like prying into other people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important?
Privacy is better than clues.
Oh dear, that won't do.
Oh, what's the matter? Susato-san?
Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused, I forget to look around properly.
Ah, yes, that's not good.
I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san?
Yeah, I was trying to do that, but I think it might be one of the shoulder buttons. Oh, no, it's the D-pad.
The D-pad.
I'm sure you'll carefully look around using, left plus or right plus, aren't you?
I don't know if there's a quick way to name the buttons on a D-pad. I
Yeah,
guess
just left or right.
D right,
That's what I
D
would do.
left, D up, D down. No, that's stupid. Whatever.
Now let's
Just
investigate.
left or right on the D-pad.
Now let's investigate all corners of this cabin.
Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. Alright, well, let's check the air vent.
I think that's an opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin.
Isn't that a little odd?
What do you mean?
Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin.
Oh.
It would appear to, you're right.
But if its purpose is to follow fresh air into the room, or to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside.
That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough, or something like that.
I suppose. Maybe that's it. Okay, the cabin.
It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan.
My back is saying 15 days.
Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san?
I think living isn't quite... I think living isn't quite the right description.
He's living in your walls,
Oh,
where you
no.
know skate cannot be stopped.
Oh, no, I suppose not.
Hey, you said the name right that time!
I've been saying it right. I just had that one little blunder at the beginning.
Although, it must have been rather exciting, making this voyage in your own secret hideout.
I am
trouble-
the king of the wardrobe.
The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in that wardrobe. And last night was no exception.
Because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin.
No, sadly not. Travis says, I want her to slap me like the little bitch I am. Okay, you weirdo.
That's Travis in general.
Weirdo. I've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of this place. Okay.
Let's look at the walkie-talkie thing.
Walkie-talkie thing? What on earth are you talking about? Oh! This thing?
Oh, you can't.
Huh.
Okay, never mind.
What's the...
I guess the game's like,
What is
nah.
the actual name for these things?
I don't know. It's like the walkie-talkie thing from like in Playgrounds.
I get...
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about, but it's like... What do they actually call... I guess you can just call them a sound pipe. That's my best guess. I guess I'll check the trunk next.
That's a very large traveling case, isn't it?
Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me.
Memories? What do you mean?
Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case.
Ah, yes. I see it says "this way up" in Japanese.
Which in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewmen wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor here.
Oh dear. Being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds.
Damn
Well-
crew didn't know what fragile meant.
Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. Hey, don't kink shame me, bitch. That's racist. Okay,
Yeah, you don't
freak.
really. You need to. Travis is a firework. You need to talk to him. He's a crazy guy. He's a cool guy.
Right. The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way.
And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well.
Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mowed down at once. Or mown down.
I wonder if... Perhaps it was Kazuma-san doing his morning sword training. Do you think?
I seriously doubt it.
Then perhaps... It was you, Narahodo-san? In a fit of rage?
I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could these things have been thrown about? Could these things that have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Well, I'll just set everything straight. I don't like to see a mess. You're a neat freak, Naruhodo? Oh boy. Huh. Okay, then I guess the foreign writing.
I'm so messed up. I was hoping he would put that as like the lost symbol.
The what symbol?
You know, like the lost with the lost meme.
Huh?
The lost meme, the comic. I thought he was gonna like.
Oh,
put
you
up
mean
the
when the
books like
fucking
that.
baby dies? Inside
Mhm.
the girl?
Yeah, that meme.
Haha. Did Kazuma write that before he died? Looks like it's written in ink. Why is a Japanese guy writing in Russian?
That's a really good question. I have no clue. Unless he knows a little bit of Russian.
I don't know. It's like, well, okay. I was thinking about that too, but he wrote the keep out sticker in Japanese on the wardrobe. Yo, it was one of the Russians killed him.
Those damn Russians.
It looks like it's written in ink.
He must have knocked the ink pot. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his fingers in the spillage.
Poor Kazuma-san.
Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine.
I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in the final moments I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments. Was he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing.
I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san.
What? Then what language is it?
It pains me to admit it, but I don't know.
It's not a foreign script that I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? What the hell?
Where did you come from?
Who's that? He wasn't here a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European.
Oh! How did he...
You've noticed the man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got here, but he looks suspicious. And tall. Suspiciously tall.
Naruhodo-san, don't tell me! Do you really not know who that man is?
Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. And is he investigating Kazuma's desk? Or is he just playing on it? I can't tell.
Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him.
Am I just imagining it, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited?
By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press A on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them.
Alright then, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights, and see what he has to say for himself.
Oh, please do.
Have you ever heard of a show called Euphoric? Get out.
Sir, can you stop climbing on the desk?
Excuse me? Am I doing him, or you?
I can do him. I can't really do an English accent, but I'll just roll with it.
I can do a kind of English accent.
But you already got like 3 characters in here.
Fuck, I forgot to read that.
Shh.
Excuse me, do you have a moment?
This is a critical point in my investigation.
Maybe I should leave him alone? He seems a little unfriendly.
Yes, perhaps that would be for the best.
Yeah, just leave.
Okay! What the hell?
Greetings! I hope I haven't kept you long.
What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now?
I love how he basically looks steampunk.
Sir,
like,
please
how can we make Sherlock Holmes steampunk? And the designers like, say no more.
Sir, please stop checking for gum. It hasn't been invented yet.
I must invent the gum. Ah, I see. Fascinating.
Sorry? What do you see? Feels like he's looking right through me.
Oh, yes. Everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deduction is crystallized. You I've been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken.
Sorry? What?
And now, whilst venturing towards the foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament.
Oh. Well, that's true at least.
But how?
How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining.
I made it up.
Have you
What's your
perhaps...
source? Like, it's just...
What is
you
your
know,
source,
Skay?
good sir?
I made it up!
Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else?
But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, led your native land of Russia, being, as you are, a merciless revolutionary.
What?
You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower!
Ah!
And when the bewildering occupants of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too! Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. Okay, so he is an idiot. Perfect. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. I like to imagine he's Gumshoe's ancestor.
Are you high? Just to be clear, you're talking about me, are you?
Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name?
There's a Russian over in the corner. I don't even see one person who fits the bill!
So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-san.
What?
And you're plotting a revolution too! It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san! Absolutely wicked!
No! Listen! There's no way Hi-ya!
Bloody good throw, madam.
Now explain yourself! Tell me everything!
This is ridiculous!
How could you do it?
For pity's sake, open your eyes! I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously!
Oh, forgive me.
You want to know something that's actually pretty interesting?
What's up?
Russia and Japan are actually only about 50 miles away from each other.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty nuts when I found that out for the first time.
Yeah, that's like one of those things where you don't really think about it much, but yeah, they're pretty close together.
You'd actually have to look for it on the maps. Like, I just wonder how far Japan and Russia's borders are away from each other. You actually look at it, it's like, wow, they're like not even that far away. Voice acting is pretty good. Thank you.
Oh, forgive me.
That's all on him. Mine is not good.
And as for you, you're doing pretty
I'm just
all right
here
with
for a
this
good
Sherlock guy. What kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head.
He's making like boy band poses. But was I not right? Whilst venturing towards a foreign clime, you do find yourself in most troubling predicaments, do you not?
Well, yes, maybe.
There you have it, you see? What do you make of that?
Well, To be honest, I think you're nuts. This ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So I'm not really sure you could call it a deduction. It's more plain observation.
Indeed, and observations, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles. You see, I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right!
Ha. I don't think you introduced yourself. Or maybe that was more like a... I don't think you introduced yourself.
Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I'm none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The immaculable Herlock Sholmes!
So, it's really you? The actual Herlock Sholmes?
The very same. The immaculable actual Herlock Sholmes.
Inimitable? What? Is that what that word is?
I think so.
Inimitable. That's not a word I've heard in a sentence before. Do you know this man, Susato-san?
The most famous detective in the world? Naruhodo-san! Of course I do! There's nobody who hasn't heard of him!
What planet have I been living on, then?
We must ask him what he's deduced! He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure!
He just accused me of being a Russian assassin 10 seconds ago! Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this?
See how
Yeah,
it's a carriage?
Carriage,
It's a British carriage. British.
Anyway, I want to see his sword. Perhaps I should see what the Russian crewman make. I must have been highlighting the Russian by mistake. Excuse me.
What?
I was wondering how it's going. The investigation, I mean.
Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes. But it's not true, I see.
Sorry.
The criminal asking investigator for information about his crime. Very funny.
Oh. It wasn't supposed to be a joke.
He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty.
It was him. I'm calling it. It was him.
I think it's some unknown third party.
I don't know. Whoever did this had to be Russian. We figured that much out.
Yeah, but there's a possibility there's a Russian member of a Russian passenger.
Well, I'm gonna bet it's him. He might have useful information, though. I have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all?
Yet, of course not. Now back to the corner room and make silent. I say no more to you.
Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there, he seemed a little flustered. Alright, now, can I get this joystick over the sword? Yes, I can. I guess I can't.
There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason.
Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still. No, wait a minute.
What is it?
That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all.
So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama?
No! Freaking frack woman.
Yeah, you can't get the.
I want the sword though. What do you think
cup?
this? What?
It looks like a cup.
It almost kind of looks like a bell.
It kind of does, but I think it's I think it's a cup.
What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two.
The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little...
Netsuke.
Looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit.
I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. You want to know something interesting about kimonos I heard?
What's up?
You see how Susato-san has the kimono over her right side?
Oh, I think I know where you're going with this, but go
Yeah.
on.
When it's dressed over the left side, that's for a person who's died.
Yep, that's what I heard.
Fun fact. So if you ever wear a kimono, make sure it's overlaps from the left side down to the right side. If you do it from the right side down to the left side, you're gonna look stupid to a lot of people.
Also, if you're eating rice with chopsticks, do not stick the chopsticks straight up and down in the rice. That's also a symbol of death.
What? That's a weird one. I get the
Yeah.
kimono, but the rice, you can look like someone who's died if you freaking eat your chopsticks. If you use your chopsticks wrong.
No, I think it's like because a lot of people offer rice to the dead, like as a tradition. And it looks like if you put it that way, I think it kind of looks like incense sticks. They kind of put incense in sand or rice, so that kind of gives that appearance. So it kind of seen as kind of taboo to do that.
He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he?
And the mark besides it, what is it, I wonder? It has some sort of brick-like hue.
Yes, you're right. It's the color of a brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. Are these rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Bura? Or is that Bura?
I think it's Burra.
Burya.
You just roll with Burra like that.
Burya. Okay, the SS Burya.
It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board.
Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in the cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. How do you get away with bringing
you're not
a
allowed.
sword?
Ryunosuke is not allowed. He's the greatest pet.
How did he get away with bringing a sword on the ship then?
I didn't even think about that.
What? Why are you staring at me?
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet?
He's a pet. He's a pet.
I can't decide.
Well, if he's supposed to be a murderer, then I guess he'd be the dangerous object. Well,
He's
one
a pet.
thing's
We
for
gotta prove it. He's just like at the end of the day, Your Honor, Your Majesty. That is why I am a pet. We're trying to deduce if you were a murderer or not. This is part of my case, Your Honor.
Yikes, that sounds dumb. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. Okay, what else is there? Japanese writing? Seigi? I think that's Seigi, the Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma.
Kazuma would be the type of guy that would have a just random word, like have justice just hanging from his wall.
That sounds pretty nice, actually.
Yes, his calligraphy always was reflective of his heart. Yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully?
Of course I can! I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to?
X the doubt.
Even though you stowed away on this ship?
Now you're going to bring that up, are you? I can't win. That's my dinner from last night. A roast chicken. It was really tasty.
Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor here?
I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs the question, how and when did that plate end up on the floor?
But Kazuma-san didn't like chicken at all, did he?
No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. Which means all the more for me.
Oh no! Does that mean poor Kazuma-san spent his last night on Earth with an empty belly? It's all just too horrible.
Ugh. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Thanks, woman.
I think we had to talk to Herlock.
Just double checking everything. Well, we didn't get any evidence from this investigation, so I did not mean to push that. Converse. Great detective. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again?
I am none other than the one and only Herlock Sholmes.
Oh, I see. You're German? Herlock, was it?
No. I have no her. I mean, I have hair. Please call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication.
Oh yes, Randus magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I've never missed an issue. I've sent it from England especially. Or I have it sent from England especially.
Ah, yes, here it is. The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories, then?
Indeed I am.
And you've read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective?
Oh no.
Oh, gracious, help us!
Oh my gosh, I think that's the case. Make no mistake, I'm not the poor, deluded fellow you take me for. I'm a rich, deluded fellow.
Ah, that makes it worse!
Your in is backwards.
Backward?
I trust the biographer records my greatest detective achievements and chronologues them in the magazine.
You have a biographer, do you?
Doesn't everyone? Mine goes the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London.
Dr. Wilson? Wait.
I must say, thanks to that publication, it's been fascinatingly busy as of late.
Wasn't Wilson the name of the murder victim from the last chapter? Or am I bugging out?
Oh my gosh, it could have been. Why, this very moment, I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown.
Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not.
Deduction, you see, is to me a science, logical reasoning in its purest form.
A science?
Really?
The acute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in his subject. furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrow of the skin. All these things are data.
Right.
And the train logical makes deduction from this data in the blink of an eye.
Logician? Is that even a real word?
I have no clue. I think he's just making shit up. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago.
How can he look me in the eye and claim that?
As you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction. And fame. That is what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes.
Right.
Press that. They were just downing each other pressing X.
Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet?
Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Trashbot, go away. We're not talking about that here. Ah, I see. In other words,
Isn't that also the name of a TV show?
I don't
Euphoria?
know.
I think there's a TV show called Euphoria. It's not
All
the same as the
I
anime.
know is that it's something very, very, very disturbing and cursed, and you don't want to look into it.
Yeah, you warned me not to look into it.
I'm in these now because of him.
When I became anxious about Kazuma-san this morning, I summoned all the crew members to force the cabin door open.
And I concealed myself among their numbers, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Herlock Sholmes was on board. And the handcuffs seemed to be an excellent fence, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ah!
I feel as if we would be better if it was Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, instead of Sherlock Holmes. Or Herlock Sholmes, or whatever.
Herlock Sholmes, I think.
The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me.
Logician is a real word. Okay, then. Oh, really? 2 facts, you say? Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us. What 2 facts were apparent to you when you came to this cabin in the morning?
Yes, but first, let us be precise. The 2 facts in questions were immediately apparent to me.
Yes, I understand, but what were they?
Allow me to elucidate. The 2 facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Trash is talking about the TV show. No, he probably does. Like, you don't watch anything Netflix related, right?
No, I despise Netflix.
There's your answer, Trash. He has not watched it, and he's talking. You two are talking about totally different things. Number 1, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape for the culprit out of the question. Number 2, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with the acquaintance.
Hold on, Mr. Sholmes. What made you think the victim was Russian?
Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. Triumphant! That is the Russian word for wardrobe! That's now how we pronounce it. Triumphant!
Do you really think Kazuma-san could have left a dying message in Russian?
Their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian.
Bruh. This guy's a moron. Kazuma was Russian? Was he? No!
Initially, I considered Garden Rob may be the name of the killer. A certain Robert Gard, perhaps? But in the other interest of thoughtfulness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least.
So, where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly?
Quite so! I found you! The renowned Russian revolutionary killer!
Why is it that I'm Russian too?
I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people.
Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea!
And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong.
I took a photograph of the victim and the message, that I might analyze it for possible hidden details.
This was... Oh, that's you.
This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed.
Yes. Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this.
Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
I just realized something.
What's up?
Alright, so you know how Phoenix, in the course of his trilogy, was accused of murder twice?
Yes.
Fucking Ryuichi here is about to upstage him in his first game. He's now being accused of murder for the second time. He just needs one more to beat his descendant.
It runs in the family. What can you say?
Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, yes, thank you. The photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. The Russian word for wardrobe in purple ink. It would appear to have been written in the victim's final moments. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes?
What, pray?
You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that...
Yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth.
Would you mind explaining the that train of reasoning to me, do you think? What the?
Certainly, if it interests you.
Sorry for the confusion. I was referring to Euphoria as the show from HBO. Well, I don't have HBO either, but okay. I assumed you were talking about something very cursed because your name is Trashboat, but all right.
Look at you. And you know what they say about assuming, dude?
What?
It makes an ass out of you and me.
Oh, well.
How many times? I'm not Russian, and I don't speak Russian!
Your deduction just now. Oh boy, get ready to lose some brain cells. Can we talk about your deduction before? The the things you concluded about me, I mean?
The now famously accused troubling predicaments you find yourself in?
Actually, it was the other details I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part.
Yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads,
What the fuck?
I see the resemblance.
Sholmes, are you fucking blind?
Revolutionary.
This dude's got a fucking jackhammer for a nose! And you think he looks anything like Ryunosuke?
You just shaved, good sir. Revolutionary Vinyl Brozhevsky.
Bolshevik?
Vinyl Brozhevik flees Russia via
Shanghai?
Via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call in Shanghai yesterday. And last night, the young Russian was murdered.
Since when was Kazuma a Russian?
It sounds like Mr. Sholmes had concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor.
It's a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you! Vile Bolsheviki.
Villain Bolshevik? Villain
Bolshevik.
Bolshevik.
Oh, Bolshevik. Villain Bolshevik.
No! How could it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face.
Well, you are a fearless revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well.
Oh my gracious.
This guy is a dumbass. I love him. He is definitely Gumshoe's ancestor.
Yeah, I believe it.
With just a little bit of Emma sprinkled in there.
Ugh, please.
And, might I add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Okay, you actually said something smart there.
Well, that's because I'm a stowaway.
What about the other detail? The 16 victims of the assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower?
Yes. The journalist clearly interviews the man and printed all all those particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far, and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake.
Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder?
And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan?
So quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik is recently returned after a period of subservious activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan.
I think it's subversive.
Subversive? Oh, okay. Bolsheviks is recently in...
Where even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place.
Oh my gosh, I have a messed up joke.
Oh, please do it. Yes.
What Ryunosuke just said about where is Afghanistan?
Uh-huh.
All of America after 9/11 happened. Like I said, it's a fucked up joke.
Oh, that was funny, though. That was funny. Oh, man. Good one.
Here, take the paper for yourself as a little memento of this great deduction.
Oh, thank you.
I observed all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby.
The article about the revolutionary has been entered into the court record.
And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well.
On the back?
Cast your eyes over it sometime if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret.
It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it. I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. Let's take a look. I should be able to rotate the object. There we go. Ooh, pretty.
Oh, a queen. A queen.
This is interesting.
Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san?
Well, no. I mean, it looks like it might be interesting.
I can't read a single word, I'm afraid.
Nor can I. But look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess. Do you think?
She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you?
I don't know. I can't make any sense of it.
I'm glad you noticed this article. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents.
Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere. This Mr. Sholmes.
Disappearance of a young lady last night.
Oh no.
Renowned prima ballerina of the Norsvik Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing.
Aww.
She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlona.
Nikolina Pavlova, I think?
Pavlova.
Why are Russian names so hard to remember?
That's me with every one of these damn games, dude. It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room. Wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. That's a lot of rubles.
Yeah. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles?
Well, the thing is, it's 20,000 of them.
I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money.
Sato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. I wonder if
Tiara
like,
is the property of the... Huh?
I was just
Oh, I
I was just kind of thinking out loud, like, I wonder how much that is worth back then, because I don't know if rubles have gone through some kind of inflationary period or not, but I'm just gonna assume this was a butt ton of money.
That's probably a lot of money.
I mean, 20,000 is still a butt ton anyway, but back then, oh man, we're talking dump truck ass levels of money.
I feel as if they were reacting to 20,000 rubles, it's probably a lot of money.
And considering those are supposed to be diamonds on her head, yeah, it's got to be some good stuff.
The tiara is property of the Norsvik Ballet. It would seem the director is besides herself with worry.
Hello, Edward. Yes, I'm not surprised.
The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They requested international assistance of all ports with us sailing to Great Britain.
Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country?
It does seem to be the Russian thing to do.
Ask Anastasia, right?
I've not actually seen that movie.
It's based off of basically the concept of it is there was a Russian monarchy that was pretty much desecrated. Like everyone in the, like even the assistants and stuff like that were killed. And they were the last czar of Russia, I believe.
Huh.
The only thing is the body of Anastasia, the princess, was never found.
The only thing I know about that movie is I think there's a scene where a train gets derailed.
Yeah, I think so.
Anyway.
I'm not even going to dignify with that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, 20,000 rubles was extremely good back then. Okay, an article on the back page of a Russian newspaper. The headline reads, "Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai." Okay then. Man, he's ugly.
I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian.
No, me neither. I have no idea what any of this says.
Pair of you floundering is a sorry sight. Allow me to offer some assistance. The article on the front page of this newspaper is concerned with a fearsome Russian revolutionary. You know, I definitely see it now that I'm seeing side-by-side comparison. I definitely see it.
Ugh.
Herlock is definitely onto something. It reads, "Revolutionary Vile Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai."
Yes, you told us that before.
It reveals also that those who see the man's beard with their own eyes never live to tell the tale.
Oh my goodness! He is fearsome!
Well, presumably the newspaper photographer was alright, wasn't he?
The solution is obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, he need only to shave it.
I'm not quite sure that's the problem, Mr. Sholmes.
What a dumbass.
My facial hair is the killer.
Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you?
Kazuma? Ah, yes, the victim.
Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all?
Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim.
I wasn't allowed to.
We see that the victim was engaging in pinning some text. You know, I'm gonna use that now. Oh, don't mind me, I'm just pinning some text.
Oh. London Diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. But I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people.
Magic! And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading.
You mean you've read it already?
I read it like the goblin that I am, good sir. It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese.
Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Oi, bitch! Right there!
Flip 'em! Flip 'em!
Susato-san? Aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns?
I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean?
Life is so unfair.
Anyway, return to the matter at hand. Namely, this diary belonging to the victim. Oh no, Zeke is learning again. What does that mean, Linktoon?
Oh no.
That scares me.
Hey, Jay-sama.
It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details.
Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese.
A smattering, dear boy, a smattering! Saranara, Boshai, Mikado, Nananato. I trust you're suitably impressed.
Ah.
Did he just say Saranara like in Spanish?
I was about to say, I think two of those are not even Japanese. Probably all of them were probably not Japanese.
Oh my gosh, I relate to this man. This is okay. Sholmes is just basically me playing Among Us.
Oh, for the
I
love
figured
of...
it out. He's basically me. I think I know what I'm doing, but I don't. But this diary is littered with complicated looking characters, of which I can read precisely none.
So what was all that showing off about before? Huh?
He just likes having a good time.
So what was all that showing off about before then?
If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes.
The fuck?
I'm much obliged, my dear madam.
I got my teeth kicked in for trying to do that. Fucking
You don't have charm, good sir.
fucking female simps.
The final entry here is Kazuma-san's diary. The final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just two short sentences. The first reads...
Holy shit, I'm about to die.
The first reads, "Holy shit, I'm about to die."
The second reads, I am dead.
The second reads, "Ugh." 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound.
A whistling sound?
These are very deep waters. Pray, go on.
The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Speckled band? Oh.
A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? Isn't that what they called the snake in the intro of this?
Yes.
Oh no.
I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before.
The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring... to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin.
Yes, the adjoining cabin. Alright, according to the last entry he made before death, he spied what appeared to be a speckled band. It was a freaking snake.
A frickin' snake got him. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least.
Do you have somewhere to go?
Yes, breakfast, my dear. As it happens, the victim's writing in his diary have piqued my interest. Matter warrants further investigation, I believe. And if I am still too long, the seasickness will take hold.
Oh, I suppose. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to?
Detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exhaustion. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence, the truth will become clear soon enough.
Do you think perhaps that we could go with you?
No. That would be somewhat complicated.
What? But why?
A simple glass at your wrist should reveal the answer.
Oh, these.
After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter, no?
There's no point in trying to turn that into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place.
Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point.
Really?
I'm
Then
sorry,
who put
what?
the cuffs on my wrist? You must be joking! You just said it! Only a moment ago!
Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing.
Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too.
You're quite sure? That's very strange. I would have said you had the face of a criminal, you know. Not really.
So what? Were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are?
Well, anyway, that was then and this is now.
What do you mean?
What I mean, sir, is this. Goodbye. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate.
Are you nuts? Now he's just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name.
Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing there for? We must go investigate the cabin next door as well.
Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can... What?!
After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate?
As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door.
Good idea.
The situation doesn't look good for me. There are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this and bring the real culprit to justice. Thanks to that so-called detective, I'm even more stuck in this cabin than I was before. For the time being, I suppose I'll just have to focus on my efforts on investigating in here. Well, what else could there be left?
Maybe the ink itself?
Oh, well, there's this,
there we go.
This is... yes, it's a bell cord. Contraption, I think.
What do you mean, contraption?
I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring to summon servants.
Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try?
Yes! In the interest of cultural research, obviously!
And no one came.
I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people.
No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy. That's all. Let's see. Ah, nope. Wrong button. Here?
When I went for help and the crewmen forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed.
It's quite a small bolt. Not particularly sturdy, and it just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel. The culprit used a needle and a thread to draw bolts across from outside the room in a situation like this. Huh?
Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid.
When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Oh, look over there.
Why are these people just appearing in this cabin?
The crewmen? The crewmen, do you mean? He wasn't there before, was he?
That's what I thought.
Why don't we try talking to him?
Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again. But I suppose I could try. Is that?
Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san?
Oh, no. It's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before.
Yo, is that the police officer?
What? Oh, no. No way.
Oh, yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir?
Oh, my...
Yes. What can I do for you? It is!
Son of a bitch. I recognize that face, but it can't be. It is!
I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosanaga!
Hello again. I love how he does. He's acting like he still has the towel over his hand.
What, you expect them to animate new poses? What are you doing here?
I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you. My heart stopped.
Maybe this is other character gimmick. The fact that he's just gonna show up everywhere in a new costume every time.
I hope he's in like a panda outfit for no reason whatsoever.
A murder at the zoo. Hello, can I help you?
Like, what the fuck you doing in here? Okay, it might not. No, it's not even at a zoo. It's just like it's a murder in like another restaurant. He's just dressed up as a panda for no reason.
Nearly stopped, I hope.
I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board this ship.
Again? Yo, someone might have it out for Naruhodo.
You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector.
Or maybe just coincidence.
Is there anything I can help you? Please ask.
I never expected to see this man on board, but perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. I can present stuff to him. I'll have to do that soon. Special orders. So what are your special orders this time, Inspector?
Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew?
I am so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility.
You hear that? Can we get the cuffs off my wrist now? For what?
My orders were to act as Asagi-san's bodyguard.
Oh. Well, you're a failure.
Failure. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated.
Assassinated? How could that even be a possibility?
I'm not sure. These are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities.
This is incredible.
I don't believe it! Kazuma-sama was assassinated?
Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew.
I see.
And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board. From morning till night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not here on the first-class deck. I failed miserably at my assignments, and Asagi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I could do is humbly apologize.
Inspector.
So if there's anything at all I could do to help now, just say the word.
We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves.
Well, you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer.
Of course not!
We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door.
Yes. So we need to be allowed out of this cabin.
I'm sorry.
What?
You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you moved to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman would surely snap your neck in two.
I suppose. I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well.
Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm gonna need something persuasive.
Oh, I know what to give him.
What do you mean?
I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example. I do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to.
But
I don't see how...
There may be a way.
What? Really?
Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san. By presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession.
Evidence?
It's just the same as when you were in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the Present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosanaga could use.
So evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin it is? Alright, yes. I think I might know what we can use. Let's see if I can present the detective with evidence he needs to persuade the captain. Alright. This piece of evidence talks about a speckled band. Let's try it.
Okay, I'm gonna be right back.
Okay, I guess I'll read the lines for you. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary.
Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary.
Strange? In what way?
He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator, grill.
A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it?
You're very astute, Inspector.
Alright, sorry, I'm back.
You're back. You can read your line now.
That ventilator clearly joins the next door cabin.
That's right. So if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what that speckled band was.
Alright then. I can't leave this cabin. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here till we arrive to the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you.
Really? You're willing to do that?
Yes. As long as you don't leave the first class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though.
But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders?
He's like, I'm not, I don't have to listen to his orders. I'm not actually a crew member. I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I will lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asage-san safe. This is the least I can do.
Thank you.
Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san! Just select move and we can leave this cabin, at last!
Move. Alright. Let's see what we can find out. First class passageway.
A wicked mousetrap.
Yikes. Is that a mousetrap or...
It looks like it got like a gold nugget.
I don't know what kind of mouse they're trying to catch with that thing.
If this is the first class, is that like a poverty trap? They're trying to like catch the economy class people. Like, oh, gold! Oh, shit!
Phew. I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. And this is the most luxurious accommodation.
Yes, indeed. Kazuma-san was being sent on this sturdy tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, it's about twice as large as my accommodations in steerage.
Really? That must be awful. Look over there.
There's Popeye!
There's another crewman keeping watch, and he looks enormous, even sitting down.
The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't.
I suppose. Like people in handcuffs.
Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already.
I've been in a coat hanger for 2 weeks. Well, yes, I know. But the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up in that little wardrobe.
It must have been very tiring, it must have been a very trying time for you.
Please, don't give me that... Please, don't give me that pitying look.
Been yet to investigate.
Okay, then. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to.
Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-san wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging.
Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Oh, fuck. Oh! Excuse me? We need to get inside this cabin here. Okay, I guess not.
The sailor's eyes speak volumes. They're clearly saying, keep out.
That's what I wrote on the sign we put over the wardrobe doors. Although this man's version is definitely more effective.
It doesn't look like he's going to let us pass.
That's a problem. Alright. Hello, poverty trap.
Ah, a trap for catching mice.
Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait.
Let me see. Yes, I think that's what is called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows.
Japan didn't even have cheese back then?
I mean, Japan doesn't really have they don't have a lot of space, so they don't really have a dairy industry. Cheese is considered I wouldn't say
I could understand
luxury.
they didn't have really much like a meat industry, but not even like some fucking dairy?
No, not really.
Huh.
Because cows are like one of the most they're one of the most space intensive food stock.
Space intensive.
In Japan, they
livestock.
generally had chickens and pigs.
Huh.
So cheese was, I wouldn't say it's a luxury, but not a lot of places have cheese.
Japan's omelets didn't have cheese. Huh. There's something to think about. Be grateful, people.
Funny enough, when we were at Japan, there was an actual restaurant just called Cheese.
You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers.
Really? But... I suppose you're right.
You weren't actually going to try it, were you?
All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe.
Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later.
Ship protocol. That's a huge book on top of the table there. And there's a pen next to it.
Yes, that looks like the ship's log.
Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting.
It's just staring.
And nothing. No reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate a compliment.
I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhodo-san, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank.
Presumably that means there was nothing to report. This looks like a plan of the SS Burya. It shows each deck. Look.
The Burya is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering!
Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a large hump of metal doesn't sink to the bottom of the ocean?
Buoyancy.
Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san.
Is it?
Well, considering the Japanese archipelago...
The islands of Japan?
Yes, they're not metal, but they're enormous lumps of earth. Many, many times larger than the ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them.
Oh yeah, this is back in the day when people thought that the islands just float.
Ha!
Like, people legit thought that.
Well, I suppose so. Well, and them thinking that's like, hey, let's try inventing these things called boats! It worked out in the end, right?
I guess.
Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You?
Oh. Are
You already
doing-
got one Russian guy. I can do this one. You little stowaway murderer! That wasn't a good start, was it?
Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you?
You little third-class lady's maid!
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
We seem to have caught this sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I am not sailor. My mother gave me name. I am senior crewman, Biff Stroganoff.
Beef Stroganoff. Oh my gosh, his name is a pun off of Beef Stroganoff.
Son of a bitch!
That's perfect.
Phew. The best thing is to just avoid eye contact, I think.
It's like the equivalent of like naming an Italian person like related to like spaghetti and meatballs or something.
Mr. Stroganoff, about the first-class cabin area. How are we in finest part of Burya steamship? Here we are in finest part of Burya steamship for very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens, traveling in secret, many important persons. That is why I am always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid Stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Stroganoff is not animal. Thank you?
Is this the guy that Rocky fought in Rocky 4?
I don't know. I didn't see that movie, so you tell me.
if I may, I was wondering. Is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied?
Da! Susato-san, did you understand that?
It sounded like da. I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or no.
Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Huh? Well, it sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin at least.
Yes. It's tantalizing.
So that just proves that Herlock Sholmes just kind of teleports everywhere. He just teleported right past Beef.
Could you tell us who's traveling in the next cabin to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He is very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Yeah, I meant an authentic Western gentlewoman, last stream. And she tried to fucking get me locked up. Such a man would have no interest in lowly students from insignificant Far East islands. That was harsh. You know, you could have just given this guy a possible motive. Maybe he didn't want a Japanese studying in England. I mean, from the way that woman acted last time, I wouldn't put it past these people.
Right, we've also been, it's been played that there is some sort of, assassination plan.
Right.
Some people are not happy with Japan trying to rise up.
Could you tell us when Mr. Roulette came aboard?
I mean,
Shanghai.
wasn't this the point? Wasn't this the point in history where Great Britain pretty much had most of China on drugs?
I honestly have no clue. I don't know. I know a little bit about history, but I do not know
history.
dates.
But I just can't pin down specific dates. Maybe what I'm thinking of was earlier than that. I'm not sure.
I think it is earlier. I think you're thinking more like Silk Road time.
That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Kazuma's cabinet the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there.
Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important. Is that right?
That is not your business. Last night. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganov? Da, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out.
I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all?
It is sad about student boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Hit! Susato-san, did you understand that?
It was clearly a no.
Learning Russian with beef stroganoff. That is a sentence I did not expect to ever say.
I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything anything was wrong in some way? I said no!
Why would
Sorry!
they turn like that? Huh.
I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, all right. Bulkhead to second class area is staying locked at all times. You escaped when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain. Or as English say, when the pigs fly. Yes, I understand.
Oh, I've actually heard about the lobster on the mountain.
That's a new one for me.
That's actually like inspiration for that was a Pokemon inspiration.
Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we?
Definitely.
All right, let's get in there.
Or not.
You probably had to investigate or examine it.
Did we try this bell yet? What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it?
That's the emergency alarm. It's probably not best to touch it.
Oh, an alarm.
It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop.
What? Where's the history button? Oh. This I have to see. He was gonna set the alarm!
Oh, Anthony just gave us the dates. The first Opium Wars were 1839 to 42. Were fought between China and Great Britain. The second Opium Wars were 1856 to 60, also known as the Arrow War, with the Anglo-French War in China.
Okay.
So that was after. This was
after that.
Yes, after that.
What are you doing, Narahodo-san? You mustn't touch it!
But this is an emergency situation! Just look at these handcuffs!
You know full well that's not what the alarm is for! If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation!
I wish everything would just stop. The ship included.
If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else.
This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. Yeah, we read this. Ventilator from which Cosmo-san wrote the...
No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries.
How annoying. Okay. What was that? It came from inside the cabin.
Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman.
Stand aside. Oh, it's you.
About to break the door down.
Mr. Sholmes!
I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off the hinges.
Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted.
It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this masculine urge? What, pray, can I kick?
I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. What do we got?
9th of January, SS RL, first class cabin number 2.
What?
Who
are you?
Oh, you want to do him?
I thought he was Russian for a sec. A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. Hold on a sec. Nah, it's not him.
Probably a red herring.
You can do him if you want.
Okay.
We heard a woman scream.
A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin.
True.
Yo,
So
what's up with the bookshelf being the same way?
Huh. Interesting. Oh, fuck. I didn't read that. True. This old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed?
Out! All of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me. And you are... I am the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes! You've heard of me, no doubt? No. I'm a great detective among great detectives. One who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely.
This man uses that magazine like a business card.
A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. There wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be as bold to ask you to open that small traveling case?
Bruh.
What, huh? Don't be stupid! How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk.
Don't look at me. Hey, yo.
What the
Oh
fuck?
Did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes? The case just shook.
Leave, now! Otherwise, I'll call the steward.
So this is Cosmo's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylett. Or Roylett. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something.
I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns.
What the fuck are you doing?
Wardrobe!
Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes?
Only address me as Sholmes.
That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing in there?
Why? I was resting, of course.
Resting?
Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service.
Oh,
And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken?
Well, no, actually, you're spot on, for once.
Observe closely. Our Russian host in his cabin, Mr. Roylett, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Vodka.
Vodka?
Vodka. Why? The truth, of course. That works too, I guess.
Can we try vodka? That sounds easier.
Oh, it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians.
Right.
I imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed. Would you like to witness it?
oh yes, please.
Then all right, Brother Nusuke, do it. Well then, what are you about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my greatest detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case.
Okay.
This man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness?
I I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you or anyone.
That's right. And Mr. Sholmes, I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on the first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment.
I must have complete silence. Whoa, what are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There could be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Royette, I have reached two inconceivable conclusions.
Incontrovertible.
Oh, two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Oh. And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize that you have been discovered. Does it not?
Oh, Naruhodo-san! I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes!
That was a great deduction?
Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person.
What? What ineffable twaddle!
Twaddle.
Oh yes, I read about it countless times in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And now I experience the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true!
I can hardly believe it, but all the color has drained from Mr. Rollett's face. It looks like somehow both Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right.
How could you? How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Well then, I shall
Elucidate.
Elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So, do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery? Let us aboard the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. It's logic dive time.
Oh boy.
The game is afoot. Old man's identity. Oh, this is a new section.
Oh,
Deduction.
okay. I think we're gonna have to cross-examine this.
So, you know what this kind of reminds me of? Remember that Magic game that had a Indiegogo campaign?
No.
Oh, well, never mind. Oh, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Royette. Obviously, what catches the eye in the first place? It's the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You're on the verge of using the shears to cut away your copious beard, you sport. Now, moving on. The question that then begs is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of the magnificent beard, Mr. Roylett? Roylott. Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Ugh. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper. In particular, fascinating front page article. Which, it would appear, you have read also, Mr. Roylett. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads Revolutionary Vile Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. This has so much style, I love it. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubts. Killer Keemstar. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Violin Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. Ugh. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Mr. Rolat. Taking it unaware, people have the propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glances fall. The proof of your crime sit before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be open and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps? Only slight enough to fit therein? Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coat de law betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of the newspaper. Or there is another, more stimulating article. we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Norfolk Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Her crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady name is Nikolina Pavlova.
Pavlova, I think.
That's it for Drama Alert Nation. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma. Elementsky.
Wow.
Well, that was definitely something.
Susato-san, that wasn't one of the greatest deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it?
Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow.
Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here for a moment?
Ray, what can I do for you?
It's about your deductions. Would you mind?
Not at all. Go on.
Well, to start with, there's a newspaper article. Or there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other.
Yes, I recall our discussion earlier. And at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary. Well able to revolutionize his own appearance.
In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Willette does look a lot more like this man than you do.
That's not the point. And another thing, that part about him abducting the ballerina.
Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman.
Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You barely fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you pushed really hard. Okay, so then why the hell was it moving?
I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she?
You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15.
No, I didn't know. How could I?
Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case.
Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain litherness in their body.
Vinegar?
For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case.
Oh dear. You might be thinking of, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes.
This whole thing is turning into a circus. This whole thing is turning into a circus.
Mr. Naruhodo, something occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deduction just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut into the heart of a matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and logic that seem a little off.
Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Miss Susato.
It's just one or two key words in his deduction that seem to let him down. So I was wondering, if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think?
Switch some keywords in his deductions.
Yes, but very tactfully. I'm sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction.
Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind.
This man is a lot of work.
At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me.
Yikes. It's not that funny.
And you, my good fellow.
Sorry?
Take a moment to look at your wrists.
My wrists? Huh?
Whoa.
Where are your handcuffs?
Huh? How did...
But they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction.
I don't believe it.
Soon it'll be a dance of seduction.
Uh,
Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel.
And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished.
I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this.
So, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular!
Course correction.
Course correction.
Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. A revolutionary on the run.
So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roulette. Obviously, what catches the eye in the first place? Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Okay, notice the exclamation point. That must mean it's a good observation.
Okay.
But the question marks, I think that's where he falters. Now, we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport.
I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard?
I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though.
It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roulette either.
Which means, I suppose the deduction is wrong.
Let's try to switch a key word, Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps matters.
Alright, but how?
I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roulette.
I wonder if it's really his beard he intends to use those shears on.
Exactly. If we manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better,
Then what?
then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Naruhodo-san.
Why
So
am I
we
the
have to
one to-
play Watson in this whole thing.
Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyways, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in the last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roulette going to use those enormous shears for? The cat. Coat buttons.
Button, copious beard. Looks like it's just the coat buttons, the hats. Why would he want to cut the hat though? You can just take it off. The button probably is it.
Yes!
For years, you have lived in the icy climate of your homeland, wearing that thick coat for warmth. For so many years, in fact, something terrible has happened. You've forgotten how to undo buttons. Now, in the warmth of this cabin, you find yourself sweltering and desperate to remove your outer layer.
But deduction was wanting in every way. That deduction was wanting in every way.
Yes, I was wanting you to hear it. I'm quite proud of it. Oh god, he's starting to act like Sholmes.
I find myself wanting never to have heard it. I quite pained by it, in fact.
Oh, sorry. I'll try again. Oh, fuck you. Was this bearded Russian planning to cut off with those enormous shears? Okay, we need to approach this from every angle. We must consider all possibilities. It's easy to say. All right, let's see if we can work it out. If it wasn't his beard, what was the man thinking of cutting? We only have, like, the coat, the copious beard, and the thick hat. Okay.
Yes!
The cat. I don't think that worked either.
For years, you have been on the run in your homeland, and that hat has never left your head. As a result, almost unbelievably, your thick beard has woven itself inextricably together with your hat. But now you have an itch. Somehow you must reach it, even if it means cutting off the hat. Rotate? You can rotate him?
Deduction was wanting in every way. Jobu, no need to put a caps lock on, my dude.
Yeah, for real. Why did nobody say I could fucking rotate him? Or
Jobu was saying he rotated. I
I
didn't
meant
want
in
to
the
read it
game.
for you.
Okay, so what the fuck is that thing? Okay, so
Maybe it's oh, the hair.
Wait a
Look
minute,
at this
wait a
hair. The hair.
what? What the? What is this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No, the color's not the point. So this person's wearing a disguise. It must be a woman. The point
Just
is,
as I thought.
what is this doing on the back of Mr. Roylette's head? And how is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair? Well, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here.
Yes!
Oh, I love it. I love it.
You were on the verge of using shears to cut away the golden locks you sport.
Indeed. You have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush, golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. Ugh.
You're not a man at all. You're a woman, and judging from the length and sheen of your hair,
One still very much in her youth. Oh no! If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Ugh. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary.
well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise. Did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that?
Yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you?
Sorry?
You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room, dancing around the room, deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business. Yes,
I'm not having fun or anything, Baka.
I knew you were gonna do that.
Yes, I understand. Say no more.
Aren't you upset that you told me about what a Baka is?
Yes, I'm very sad now. Well, anyway, let's focus on the next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now.
No, that's true. Given that Mr. Roylette is actually a woman.
Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary.
I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now.
Yes.
Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them.
For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. Article about the ballerina. Present.
Let's go.
Yes!
Well, actually, dumbass.
The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina.
That's right. You've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Norsvik Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name.
Yes, because your true identity is that of Novovich Ballerina, or is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina.
Miss Nikolina Pavlona.
Pavlona. Pavlova.
Pavlova. Ah!
Oh, jeez!
There's no way she's 15. You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlona. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. Solved. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there! Oh yes, Miss Pavola. Thinking unaware, people have the propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glances fall. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case.
This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside the traveling case as well.
No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all.
In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistakes again.
You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes?
Stop it! Come on, I've never had jazz feet like this before. It's a new experience. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Oh.
Oh.
Wow! Look at this dazzling tiara!
I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, do you think? Oh, Naruhodo-san, try it on.
What? Me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on?
Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful.
Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently.
I would so rock the hell out of that tiara.
You have fun with that. The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novich Ballet, is it not?
Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in the newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary,
The crime you have committed is theft.
oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. Ah! I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone, and I need money. I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia? It belongs to me.
This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely.
All right, I will tell you everything. There's no point to hiding it now. Come. Let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. A mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is it not so, Miss Pavlova?
Pavlova.
Pavlova? My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I have ever laid eyes on it.
Sorry, I
Dear
pushed the
me.
button by mistake.
We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'etat betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glances to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written on the books of the shelf.
He's completely changed tact with his deduction now.
I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you?
Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? It's just a wild guess, surely.
Oh? Do you think so?
Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a bookshelf that doesn't even belong to her.
Yes, that's true. But still,
I think I have an idea where it is.
Miss Pavlova didn't cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself.
And there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area, if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn.
I agree. That's the only answer.
Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the same direction of the bookcase. Her gaze, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Rules of passage, small picture.
This is a charming little picture, isn't it?
What is it? Someone climbing the step of a steep mountainside?
Or descending one, it seems to me.
When you've been on a flat sea for a while, maybe you start seeing hills and mountains and everything. What did you think it was?
Do you notice that there was something weird on the floor?
I can't pull the camera down to the floor.
Okay, well, it was when we were all dancing around. There was a dish on the ground full of water.
That looked like milk almost.
And milk, water? Why would someone...
She has a cat with her, doesn't she? And the rules say
Probably.
no pets!
Uh-huh. There you go, you figured it out.
These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Burya, or Burya. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
There was exactly the same notice in our cabin too. I wonder what happens if you break the rules.
Oh dear! I'm not sure the punishment would be severe, Nadaharu-san. I'm sure the punishment would be severe. You'd probably be left adrift in the freezing cold ocean.
So they kill you for bringing a puppy or a kitten on board?
You brought a kitten in there. The sailors. So you've chosen death.
Or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end.
So I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I? All right, let's present.
Yes!
Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. She wrapped up her damn cat.
As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move on its own accord.
Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova.
Pavlova.
Inside your traveling case.
Is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage a pet?
Possession of a prohibited animal. Elementary.
Wow. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were.
No, I'm not Grimsby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You abscond during one of your ballet company's performances. in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel.
Which couldn't have been easy. The Burya is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed?
In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone.
So, if it was just you, about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out that scream we heard from outside the cabin?
That variable tinkling of a bell? Well, none other than this young lady, naturally.
More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me.
I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how did you say, disgust myself? So no one would recognize me.
As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man. I see.
I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming.
Did PETA exist in that part of time? No, not a chance.
I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At precise moments, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door.
Things happen like that sometimes, don't they?
Things do things do indeed happen like that from time to time.
Are those two even talking about the same thing?
There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case?
You were right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out. If you say anything to the crew. Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us, in as much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night. Yes, all right. I will tell you.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, was it something? Wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction?
It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible.
It's incredible. Ah, and one more thing.
Oh, yes? What? What?
Observe your wrists.
What the? My... How?
Ah! Your hands are cuffed again!
What? But how?
True to my word, I have restored your shackles.
When? And why?
There is still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment.
Can't it? Really?
Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-san wrote about in his diary really was.
All right then. Do you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night?
One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast.
The man who died. He was a friend of mine.
Oh,
That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night?
Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking?
perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest? Perhaps its steam engine exploded?
Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened?
Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us?
I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was that what I had done and whether they would be, whether they find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me.
Oh, I see. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet?
Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Noshevik Ballet gave us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me.
So you ran away to protect yourself?
Yes, and the crew of the ship, they would have all been, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board. They said I could hide in this cabin. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova. It creates a most intriguing conundrum.
Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but...
Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you abscored from the ballet.
Abscond.
Abscond from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Berer stopped by no port last night.
Ah! That's it! Of course!
So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard?
Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strange when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard.
That is not your business.
It's beef.
Beef stroganoff.
Beef Stroganoff! He's the best character thus far.
Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something.
An angel descends from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage.
Sorry, what was that?
This is how the Russian newspaper described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I'm an angel.
That is the most pretentious thing I've ever heard. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid.
Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist the touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same.
A genius descends from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself.
When?
A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Written by my mother.
That's some Hollywood-level egomania. No kidding. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right?
I don't think animals are allowed on board, according to the rules of passage.
Oh, please, don't tell. Don't tell any of the crew. They found my precious. Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Ah!
So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes.
But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? Is it? It is, isn't it?
Maybe an adorable little rabbit?
You credit Russians as a land with small rabbits, do you?
Sure, why not? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there?
You may well ask. I have no idea. I'm so clueless. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of the young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken!
Really?
Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call. Daily fresh eggs. And when adversity strikes, you can satisfy the needs of subsistence.
Yeah, but chickens are fucking stupid.
I love chickens. They are so cute. They're really good pets.
Cute? You gotta be kidding me.
They're cute. You have not hung out with a chicken. They
Yes,
are
I have.
incredibly smart.
I have relatives who own chickens.
They're awesome.
They're kinda not. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that.
Well, it would appear that this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret, Secret not to be revealed.
She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. I can think of a few things.
I mean, chickens do taste pretty good, but there seems to be a correlation between the cuteness of an animal and how tasty it is. I just realized how
Stop
bad
talking.
that sounds.
Yeah, please stop talking right now.
I meant like barn animals.
Uh-huh. Miss Pavlova, about this article.
You look so beautiful, like a fairy.
You know how ballerinas can stand on their toes like that?
I've heard.
You've ever-
It's
It-
not good.
Dude, I tried that one time and like, holy shit, that was painful. Like, how the frick do they do? Maybe it's their shoes.
Don't look up ballerina feet.
Huh?
Do not look up ballerina feet.
That sounds like a condition of sorts, and I'm terrified to find out. So I'm gonna take your advice.
Don't look it up. The amount of abuse they do to those feet.
Foot fetish artists are currently crying all over the world right now.
Right.
Want to torture a foot fetish person? Take them to a ballet.
Yes, one foot fetish. Hey, foot fetish artist. Yes, can I get a ballerina feet pic? Have you seen that Joker calling meme?
I think so, yeah.
I'm scared. If my pictures is in the newspapers.
You poor girl.
She's so young. Just 15 years old. For her to have run away all by herself. She must have felt very, very alone. Let's try Kazuma's diary. This is the diary of my friend who passed away.
His diary?
Yes, and he wrote it in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Speckled band? I don't understand.
It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall.
In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together.
Oh,
Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps?
You know, I just thought of something.
what?
Fucking, what's his name? Kazuma might be the youngest murder victim in this series so far.
I think so.
Huh.
Yeah, they can't just go off like having like kids mode. So yeah, I think you're right. No. I don't know anything.
Oh. Uh-oh. Excuse me, Mr. Roy Lott. Huh?
Wow, that was quick.
Holy.
Oh, yes, what?
Wow, she's fast! Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once. please.
All right, I will come now.
What?
You must leave now.
Oh, no, it's fine. Don't mind us.
Yes, please, don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott.
It's out.
Or your balls go bye-bye.
All right, goodbye.
The passenger said out! Or you want me to throw you out? Ugh. Looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later.
What a pity.
So we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside.
To be continued.
Better throw down a save file. Yeah, here. Wonder how many save files I get. 20.
20. You think that's a good place to call it?
Yeah, we can probably continue on for a little bit more. See just what we'll pick up. We haven't even finished the investigation. I mean, this is the same day.
Yeah, but it seems like these days are long.
Well, we can push on for just a little longer.
Okay.
I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that.
I wish we'd managed to find some clues as to what that speckled band might be.
We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door.
He's clearly glaring at us, as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute.
What is it?
Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go?
Oh, yes! He completely disappeared!
When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Well, only one thing to do now. Yeah, that's not happening. Kazuma's cabin. It looks like they're still investigating in here.
Yes, only that subject. I wonder if Inspector Hosanaga is unscathed.
What do you mean, unscathed?
Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of the cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you.
Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know.
I don't think that's him.
Yeah, that's not him. So... Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Oh
my God. Ah, you're back.
Inspector!
What happened to you? Your faces!
Please, don't worry about it. Used to see the other guy. He didn't have a scratch on him. Please, don't worry about me. They're just scratches.
Made by a bear, maybe?
When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard.
What?
But the pummeling was over in a flash. He must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really.
It looks like he wasn't joking when he'd say he'd lay his life on the line if he had to.
Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin.
Yes, so I understand.
Oh!
I bumped into the man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name is something like Herlock Sholmes? I don't think he was German, though.
Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? What can you tell us what you found out? Or we can tell you what we've found out.
Yes, let's do it. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's the next cabin. She's in the cabin next door.
Oh, do you know who she is?
Please, what self-respecting ballet fan doesn't know that graceful angel?
Him a ballet fan, huh?
You know what? Good for him.
Oops, I think I upset him there.
Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least.
Oh, how?
Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they?
Oops, now I've definitely upset him.
Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful?
So was it confirmed that he tried the poison? Is that why he's coughing up blood?
He was coughing up blood from the very moment he came into the game.
Yeah, I know, but he also said that he drank the poison, didn't he?
What poison?
Like, he hoards the evidence, right?
No. Plus, that poison doesn't do anything if you drink it. It has to go into the bloodstream.
That's true, that's true. I just thought that I didn't know if we had a reason why he's coughing up blood.
No, we still don't know why.
He's just hungry box, I guess.
I guess.
If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed. Ready to hand over to Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here. Try not to take my eyes off the job.
Hong Kong police? But that's back the way you came.
No, they came. Shanghai is close to. That's past the. That's kind of close to Japan.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
At 14 days, I figured they'd be close to the freaking peninsula of Brazil. I mean, they're heading to England, aren't they?
Yeah. If they're going to England, they go Japan to Shanghai, loop around. They go loop around. I think they're probably close to like the southern part of China.
Wait, actually, Oh, they loop around that way. I was about to say,
yeah, that's probably
is
the
it
best
Panama's?
way.
Is Panama's Canal? Is that a thing in this point in time?
I don't think so. No, it's not. That's early 20th century.
Yo, can somebody look up what day Panama Canal was opened?
Oh, I see.
No, but it makes sense that they're going to Hong Kong because that's a colony of Great Britain at this time.
Mm-hmm.
There is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you.
Oh, what?
Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please.
New information.
What is this new information you have, Inspector?
It's this. The Booyah's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report.
Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report?
Kazuma-sama.
So, what was the cause of death?
Panama Canal was opened in 1914. So I was right, early 20th century.
A few months into the First World War.
Damage to the circular vertebrae. Oh, God.
The cervicular... Isn't
Wait,
that
he
one
would
of
have
the...
been paralyzed.
Yeah, that's one of the lower vertebrae, isn't it?
I don't know. It's one of the vertebrae, but I think that results in paralysis.
Huh. His... Oh, it was his neck!
Oh, shit.
His neck was broken?
Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no traces of poison in his system at all.
Well, what was the weapon used then?
Nothing has been found as yet. The fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object. Something that wouldn't leave a mark.
Oh, crap. Oh, I see.
All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death.
World War I
Doesn't that
started...
just like freak you out? Have you ever thought about how fragile the human body is?
Yeah, I have actually.
It's scary.
Yeah, and when
It's-
you see like some of these videos of people getting seriously hurt, that really puts it into perspective. You know, World War
It's
I-
insane how like at the same time we're like surprisingly vulnerable and also surprisingly resilient at the same time.
Yeah, in a way, I guess. I mean, I've seen some crazy stuff. I've seen videos of people getting shot. It's pretty fucking wild stuff.
It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left.
Poor Kazuma.
I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it.
Really? Are you sure?
Yes, it's fine. I trust you. More than what you can do, what you can say.
Yeah, take notes, bitch.
After all, if I didn't trust you, I never have agreed to. I never have agreed to. I never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I?
Ah.
So I do not feel bad playing tic-tac-toe on your forehead.
A report
I
from
would
the
not
S-
do it to my bro, the detective. Or inspector.
There were no traces of external injury or poison. Okay, well, the snake idea is out of the way.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he?
Yes. He seems to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he'd become bored.
Did he say anything at all?
Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish! Was all he said.
Huh? Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant.
It was when he was over there, by the broken piece of glass. Do you see?
Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark.
Perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think?
Ah, yes, that must be it.
But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it was shoe polish?
That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea.
What is it, Susato-san?
Well, Kazuma-san was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue.
Dark tan? Sort of dark brownish red, then.
Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him.
Oh, does this mean... Is this mark made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? Alright. Hang on a sec. There was a bug crawling on my computer screen. But I killed it. It's dead. It got what it deserved for violating my space.
Goodbye, Buggy.
Burn in hell. A piece of a small glass object and what looks like scuff marks made by Kazuma's shoes were found by the victim. Don't tell me that motherfucker
So
slipped.
maybe he fought with his attacker.
I think what's more likely is that the bastard sneak attacked him and the fucking shoe polish caused him to slip.
That's really all I could tell you about that. That's really all I could tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewman's eyes are boring into the back of my head.
Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you.
Poor Inspector. You look exhausted.
Oh no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke up this morning.
Him too?
Weird.
A heavy head. That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Could somebody have been trying to murder all of them? Maybe he wasn't meant to be murdered. Maybe he was meant to just be knocked out. Let me go back to the first class passageway. I feel like that's probably our next destination. Aha, new text. All right, that means we're on the right track.
Look, Naruhodo-san! Seaman Stroganov is gone!
Strong enough?
The burly Russian sailor who was always crossing his arms and glaring at us!
Ugh, all these Russian names are impossible to remember.
I will never forget the name of Beef Stroganoff.
Tra-la-la. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la-lira-lira-lay.
Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. I did it the great detective way.
Oh, son of a bitch.
This caroling, I know that lark-like voice.
Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us.
Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate.
Definitely. Before that stringy knot crewman. He doesn't know his name.
It's Stroganov, not Stringy Knot.
So this is how y'all feel with me. You're like, come on, Zig. Damn it, it's Stroganoff, not Stringy Knot.
Oh, the case is open.
Oh. There's clothes now, too.
Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things.
There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can.
I suppose you're right. For Kazuma's sake.
Not just for Kazuma-sama.
What do you mean?
It can't be long now until we arrive at port, in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there.
Really?
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to.
Yes, we will.
Yeah, I don't think the great detective's going to be helping us much with that.
Yeah, didn't expect it. All right, let's take a look at you. So this ventilator connects Kazuma's cabin next door.
Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room.
Ah, maybe. It's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm.
Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning?
That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. Okay, I guess we can't look beyond that.
Naruhodo-san!
My only thought is maybe he wasn't the target. Maybe it was the girl. It was just a case of wrong place, wrong time. Like they heard like they got some. What if the crew are in on it? Like the crew knew that she was in costume, so they told the assassin to look for someone that looks like they're in uniform.
That could very well be. I mean, some crew members. That big guy knows who she is clearly.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Naruhodo-san, are you there?
Sorry, I'm right here. Yes. Why?
Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home.
Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know.
Maybe you want to go to Narnia though, dude.
That takes me back.
See, sometimes I could be nostalgic, not just cursed.
This is the first time, but I guess.
I like to keep you on your toes.
Mm-hmm.
Like a ballerina.
I was about to say that. So that my toes will fucking break and disintegrate.
Yes.
You're a bitch.
Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes.
I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. Well, I can think of one place where we can find him.
I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor.
Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately.
Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here?
What? A leak?
Is this ship quite safe?
I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink.
No, you're right. Of course you're right.
She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? Where's this little bastard?
Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open!
It's completely empty inside. But according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there.
Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret.
Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Burya. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? There's just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it.
Well, Miss Pavlova ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all.
That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read.
Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading hentai. Books written in Russian.
thanks. I think I probably already knew that.
It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. It would seem this teapot is empty.
So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people.
Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either.
It's definitely that they're not excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to the... I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it.
You're rather abstain, aren't you, Naruhodo-san?
Alright, then what's up with the bookshelf? All these books toppled over again. Look, every single one!
Do you think that's the god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though.
It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Kazuma's cabinet. In Kazuma's cabin.
Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase?
I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company?
Although, alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage.
Not everything bad that happens on this ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again here, too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Okay. Maybe it's in the bigger bag now, or...
No, it doesn't look like it.
This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolt latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside.
Yes, it's not particularly heavy duty. It's not a particularly heavy duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it?
No, and the door's made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using... magnets to unbolt it from the outside.
Magnets!
And to seal it up perfectly, too. To stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either.
I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin, too.
Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist.
Don't! That was a terrible idea. She barely hesitated there. And she gave it a good tug, too.
Oh, the guard's about to come.
No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come.
Hey, AG, how you doing? We don't want them to! We're trying to investigate in secret!
Are you a natural blonde by chance?
What?
No, I was just asking if she's like a natural blonde by chance.
Oh, the Russian
Because that was
chick?
definitely a blonde moment.
I can't say I've ever seen a Japanese person with natural blonde hair. But heck, anything can exist.
Hey, AG.
I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket.
Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Oh my gosh, if the cat is in there.
Naruhodo-san! It's poor etiquette to go shifting through someone's rubbish, you know.
Ugh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now.
However, these are special circumstances, I think.
Exactly, we have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all.
Oh, well, that's a little disappointing.
Is there anything I've missed?
I don't think so.
Just the rules again. Ah, yes, they're displayed in this cabin too. Look, the SS Buria's rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean.
I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. Probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine.
I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard.
Oh, yes. So do I. Okay. Well, we've established that the
What
cat
else?
is...
Where is it? What else?
There's nothing else.
Do we just leave?
I was about to say, maybe I should just leave. Maybe the cat will appear out here.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes. Look.
Wow. You never know where he's gonna turn up next, do you?
He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sinks to himself.
Were we supposed to look right and talk to him first?
La 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 la, la. I did the great detective way.
He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us?
Or is he simply in extremely high spirits?
Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, there was doubts. It's luckily Herlock was about.
Excuse me?
I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way.
Mr. Sholmes!
What is it? What do you want to fight?
If it's a row you want, I shall cleave you in twixt.
Look at him.
I know.
It's this insanity. I love this man. Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing. I was just about to reach the climactic finish.
Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now's as good a time as any.
I very nearly dropped you onto the floor with one of my famous right hooks.
Alright, I get the picture. Now could you put those fists away?
He's like, you're about to catch these fists.
I'm going to show you something. I just invented it. It's called throwing hands.
Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you.
Yes, that's. I was immersed in study of the ship's logs, as penned by the stockily built crewman, who is usually on guard here.
Oh yes, the ship's log.
And did you find out anything useful from it?
Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank.
Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so...
You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it.
Sorry?
She's giving a look like, bitch, what'd you say? Your logic, my boy, is inverted.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry in this first-class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour.
Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes?
Oh, so it's blank. He was away from the post from 2 a.m. till present.
Nothing
Interesting. Precisely! Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there's just that. And yet...
The ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report.
Do you mean?
Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post.
What kind of circumstances? What happened?
That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribbling nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I will stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log into your mental file.
All right, there are virtually no entries from 2 a.m. until early this morning. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective.
I have my moments. You're starting to understand that my way, what my way is, I see. What makes Herlock Sholmes brilliance? Oh.
What is it? Are you hurt?
Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more.
What? Him too?
Ah. Well, my friends, until our next encounter.
He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway.
He's singing. What is he singing as he goes away, Freebird?
I guess. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought.
It's just... Well, I feel the same.
Sorry?
Ever since I woke up this morning, I've had something of a headache.
That's like everyone we talk to.
Why is everyone having a headache?
A sort of conscious throbbing.
Oh, you too?
Maybe now we can go into the room?
Let's find out if we can find this furry little friend. Uh-oh.
Ah! What's that?
Someone pulled the alarm.
Oh, fuck.
Shut down the engines immediately! Vessel sighted at quarter-mile 4! Full stop! Hard to starboard! All hands, brace for impact!
Oh, shit! What the?
I think we're about to crash into another ship!
What?
I can't stand!
Susato-san, hold on to me! Ah!
We're about to Titanic in this bitch!
Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all?
I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san.
It looks like we avoided collision.
I think.
Yes. The ship has come to a stop.
Oh my goodness! What about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt?
No, I'm fine. Ah, fuck.
Hello? Is anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance.
Oh, that sounds like Inspector Hosanaga.
Is that it? Is that you in there? Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly!
Naruhodo.
Naruhodo-san. Unbolt the door, quickly!
There you go. What? The bolt? Hey!
Oh,
It
it's
locked
locked.
itself! Oh! Dude, that proves it! The murderer is in with the crew!
Oh, and all the books!
Oh!
So if they do a big turn, it locks all the doors and causes all the bookshelf to fall over.
Look at that! The door's bolted! Did you see that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it! Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again.
What does this
Naruhodo-san,
all mean?
aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in?
It means the murderer was in with the crew. I better tidy this place up first. What? No, you...
Let the inspector in, damn it!
Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart.
To be continued.
These investigations take their time.
Yeah. I think the investigations, I think that's the main attraction with this.
You think?
Or maybe they just kind of wanted to add more to it because they had like, oh, we have Sherlock Holmes.
What do you think? Do you want to push through this last part?
Honestly, I think we just leave it for next time.
All right. Well, we've figured out one thing very important. The murderer is in with the crew. He has to be.
I think it might. We have yet to hear anything from the captain.
Also
And the fact that the captain called for the girl once he found out that we were talking to her, talking to the neighbor, that's suspicious.
That is true.
I think it might have something to do with the captain.
Why would the captain want Kazuma dead, though?
Unless Kazuma was not the hit.
This is... Oh, man, I want to keep going, but...
It's getting a little too late for me.
Oh. All right, fine. Well, guys, we will see you next Friday to figure out what's going on and maybe get this case done. Until then,
I think we could probably get it done. I honestly think we can get it done next time.
All right. Well, guys, until then, have yourselves a good weekend and a good week.
Adios, amigos. Peace.